Hello, hello. Sorry, guys. I am a bit late today. Last night was really rough. Long night. Alright. Appreciate it, Surf. Alright. Oh, dude, it wasn't just the toilet. It was every drain in my house.
So, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Department of Justice wants to spare Boeing from guilty plea over 737 MAX.
I don't know. When I called them last night, they said that it was an ongoing issue that they already knew about, and a plumber was coming in the morning. And it was every unit above and below me in on my number.
Lombardelli from the Bank of England says ignoring uncertainty
I don't
doesn't
know
support credibility.
what happened. I don't even know how to explain it.
Further detail into this, Boeing won't be prosecuted over violating an earlier criminal settlement under a tentative deal with the Justice Department that would allow America's biggest exporter to avoid being labeled a felon,
I'll just
according
post
to
the
people
video.
familiar with the matter.
The video does more justice than me. Wait, it wasn't disgusting. Um, thank God. It's just weird as hell. Oh, wrong video. Like all of my drains in my house just started making this crazy sound, and then water started coming, filling up all of the drains, and then every single one of my drains started foaming over like this.
Lombardelli says best collective judgment has created pressures.
My man said nice. What? It was not nice, let me tell you. So I had to turn off the water line to everything, and now we're just waiting. But this happened at uh, it was very late, like 1, 2 in the morning. So I am just trying to figure it out. So what do you think the issue is, Camille? Why do you think that happened? I've never put anything down a drain that wasn't supposed to be, so I don't think it's me. I thought that someone was trying to something was back feeding from a laundry machine or a dishwasher or something. Yeah, the units above and below me are affected, is what they said. Every single one of the units on the same number as me are affected. That's what they said. So for that, they just said in general, anyone that was above or below. You know, at least it's clean. That's all I care about. There's not fecal matter spewing into my apartment. You know. I mean, it's literally just soap that's foaming out. There's no liquid discoloration. There's no anything. It's just Yeah, it smelled fine. Again, like it wasn't gross. Like, it's just foaming everywhere and putting water on my floor. But I had to clean that up, which was annoying as hell. Alright, let's see if we can break out of this range or if we get stuck here still. There's like nothing here unless we can get over the pivot from yesterday at this 420. Remember, the short target for yesterday for end of day was shorting 425. You're shorting 410, 420 with a stop of 25s, and that was resulting in rotations down over and over again. So if we can get over this and build, we're in an okay spot. We can start to trade up. But if this fails again, then it's the exact same range we were stuck in last yesterday. Yeah. This is our 15-minute VWAP as resistance into 420. These are our levels from yesterday. I haven't changed them at all on footprint. So this is what I had marked on my chart yesterday. And you can see what I'm talking about here. We've got this VWAP, that green line, into like 420. And then we're just ranging between our like 380 and 420 right now. Let's see what we do. If we can get back up, then we can trade that balance above, and that's fine. That'll be nice. That gives us room to like 450, 460. Hey man, you can get an adrenaline rush on NQ on MNQ. Just because you're trading micros doesn't mean you can't capture huge moves, make some money. I'm telling you. 100 points is 100 points, you know? Still feels good. Sitting with an entry at 96, you think a stop at break even for a runner here would be fine? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it goes below that, you're gonna retrace the entire range. So, yeah, that's about all you can do. Just keep it break even there. What you're looking for ideally is that we now are holding these highs as supportive, and we're able to get over this 35. We do that. This is POC from the sell side candle, and then we have this huge supply above, right? So there's not a lot here unless we can get back over our 30-second opening range and get through this supply here at 35s. You're probably just watching to see if we can now retest and hold this, right? This resistance. We want to now be supportive, and then we just look up into this. Something like that. Because if this fails, we're going to have full rotation, would be my guess. Let me redo this now that we have a bit more. Like this is about as far as it can go. It's 400. Yeah, 400 is as low as I would want to see it go. The 96 is fine. Yeah, great job, Jason. I mean, and think about it again. Like, if you can capture like 350 bones a week, and you're up there at like what, like 1750 a week in extra month income. I mean, that's not bad. That is very good. That is very good, man. Yeah, exactly. And, like it adds up quick. Just need to be consistent. And you just focus on that. Stop trading when the vibe feels off. After you make some money, cash out, go about your day, do it again. Oh, okay. Has anyone here tried Tradeify? That link that Tom just posted? like this as a range better. And do this. Well, let's move this up to just hit those value edges. Yeah. Is that a thing that they've got on there? That is cool. Tradeify. I know Tom really likes Tradeify, but I don't really know much about these prop firms. Tradeify. Dot. What's their CO? What is CO? Tradeify. This is target here, Rory. Off that hold. So this would be your first target into 400, 440. If we can build here, then you should be able to trade up into the supply above into 70. But it might take some work. So it's just a recovery of our 30-second opening range is what you're looking for here on NQ. So if we can see some interest here, and you should be able to trade to like 453, and then retest this to see if we can secure it, and then rotate through. Something like that is usually how I look for a 30-second opening range to be traded. You can see something very similar from ES here, which is we hold our edge here, go to our mid, rotate back down to test the low, pop over, right, and then build. Very similar to this, of what I'd be expecting if we were going to be able to build. You can see it also on just Russell and how it's interacting here on the recovery. Look, into our mid, retest our low, and then slow grind up to the high. Pretty common pattern, if it can do it. No more payout windows is cool. Hmm. So straight to sim, one-time fee, and then you can take the 35% off is not bad. But what's the... I don't like the trailing max drawdown on the straight to sim. Those are interesting, but I feel like you can get screwed with that sometimes. Hmm. Advanced growth and straight to sim funded are weird names. What's the difference? Daily loss limit soft breach? What? I'll have to look more into these guys. These look promising, but I'll have to like go through the fine details. That's good. Okay. Which one did you go for, I almost feel like it's worth to like use your Top Step funds that you get paid out with and then buy a straight to sim funded and then just immediately have another account. Yeah, with the 40% off. Yeah, dude, like that seems like the move. What? So it was 40% off the 629 one-time fee, and then you have no payout windows. You can just request whenever you want after the first 10 days. Or is it minimum 10 days for payout? Okay. It seems like there's still a payout window on the straight to funded. Yeah, interesting. Because on their main website page, it says from May 1st, traders that have met all payout objectives will be able to request a payout anytime. So maybe they just haven't updated the descriptions on the individual plans. And then they'll update it after that. Who knows? Tradeify. That link that Tom posted above that had 35% off on all accounts. I mean, it seems decent. I'd have to like look at all their fine rules, but Arama, I'm guessing, would be able to answer more questions than me until I read through. 20% consistency? What does that mean? Oh, I mean, it is what it is. Like it would suck if you caught like a big move, but like if you're just trading the way that I've been preaching, which is just like making, taking a couple of good trades and then getting the hell out. I don't think that rule really matters. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like I feel like most people should be treating props as just like a consistent income generator rather than like trying to catch the higher time frame. Do that on like your personal account, you know? Yeah, exactly. Paycheck generator. Like if you can match your full-time job, like that's amazing. Just like double your income consistently would be wild for people. Like you can't really ask for more. So this is just retesting POC of previous candle and our 15-minute VWAP. There's really not much here. Like we want this like 415, 416 area to hold. If it can, then we're good. If not, then it probably rotates back down to 400 before we actually get anything. Just off the failure here. But we're holding where we need to as of right now. It's just a bit choppy while we wait. %20 consistency. Does that mean they'll win 20% of the time? No, I don't know. Well, you've got one thing going for you. This is the first day that UNH isn't red in like 2 weeks. So as soon as semis start moving, I think market has room. But if healthcare names start to drop again, it's probably just done. Sadly. But UNH is having like a pretty solid day from the lows. And we have room in the gap. But if this starts to failing again, and UNH starts falling again, we're going to have a lot. It's going to be very heavy. This thing is just disgusting, man. Like, what? It's actually going to zero. So pushing down into our 400, just off that failure there. Just a full rotation from our failure at our 30-second opening range, and now just rotating back to see if we can hold here, or if this is going to enter back into this balance. Immediate bid off of our low of range here. Retested our break and push back up. No change. And just bounce.
Bank of England's Lombardelli says scenarios are plausible outcomes for MPC. Iran Foreign Minister says Iran has not received any written proposal from the US, whether directly or indirectly, over nuclear talks.
Yo, what's up, Strong? Yo, good job, D-Rock. Oh, wait, that's just a Wall Street Bets post. Never mind. Well, you know.
So remember with Iran last night, they said that what negotiators say in the media may be different to in talks, which led to, from that comment, led to WTI seeing a movement towards the upside. Just a bit of a repeat here from Iran's foreign ministry of what's already been said so far.
Sparrow, are you reading what they are writing to you? Reread what Surf wrote and before you ask another question, and then from there go. $50 till new 15s.
Trump tax bill fails in House panel as GOP splits on cost. Hardline conservatives oppose bill, seeking more Medicaid cuts.
Let's continue to cut Medicaid and put all that money into buying more bombs. That sounds like a good plan. Full rotation on NQ. Russell's leading up. NQ's so stuck, man. See if we can get over 430. Offer sitting there. What are those indicators for your levels? These? They're all just TFC indicators. So, this one is called PVZ, and it segments the day into 3 separate volume profiles. So this is resistance here from 430 to 450. We just expect this to basically continue to hold its resistance until we can get back over it. If we can get over and show interest above our 4650 area, then we should be able to continue higher. But we should expect our offer to be sitting into this, and we should expect our value to be found into like 395, 400. So basically, we're just in a balanced profile right now, and our offer should be here. That's what this is telling us, and that we have a anchored VWAP that is telling us where buying is attempting the average buying and selling is kind of happening, right? So if we're in trend, we expect that this cloud is going to hold as a pullback, and we should continue our trend that we're currently following. But if we continue to fail here, we're just rotating down. Right. So like on Russell, it's very clear that we're in an uptrend and that our value is shifting. So we held our value lows. We then started to hold POC from our period 1. Period 2 opened, and now we're holding a value high as supportive, and now we're pushing. Russell looks by far the best today for a trending idea.
Iran's Foreign Minister Agachi says to the US, there is no scenario in which Iran abandons its hard-earned right to enrichment for peaceful purposes.
So it's a volume profile for each session. Kind of. I go very
Just
in
keep an
depth
eye
in
on
the
WTI crude
explanation.
oil. Did see a little move towards the upside, but
It's a bit
quickly
more complicated
reversing
than
that.
that. So the way that it works, I've got a full breakdown on the page for it, that I think you should read. But basically, it's a my own formula. So it's basically to show you areas where potential reversion could occur on a balanced day. So it segments the day into these zones here. Our first reversal, second reversal, and then another one will come up, which is our third reversal. So we have our opening fuel that usually drives a rally. We have then
Iran's
a
Foreign
second
Minister
period where
Aghachi
price
to the US
reverses.
says that
Then we
Iran
have the ID
remains determined
close.
and straightforward. Respect our rights and terminate your sanctions, and we have a deal.
So it's just showing you how value is shifting as we segment the day into periods, not sessions. Sessions would be the full period, the full, market trading time, right? But we're segmenting the first 30 minutes into a value area. So basically taking the open and then making that a period, right? So we want to see how our opening value is then respected or disrespected. So that takes this fixed range from our first 30 minutes and then extends it to the right. And then it takes this period from open to here and then extends that value to the right. Right? So if I do this and then I do that to here, we then have a new value area that is then created that then is then pushed to this area. So we can see how previous areas of value are then either respected or shift so that we can see where buyers and sellers are for each period. And then it creates an anchored VWAP at the start of that period that then lets you know if there's been a shift, buyers or sellers, and if we're respecting it or if we're failing it, basically. So it gives you a bunch of setups based off of creating what can be called like a D profile 3 times a day. And then it gives you periods of time where you should be looking for potential reversals, where we see large inflows or added volatility at these time periods. And then when you should expecting kind of a lull. Right, so it gives you your areas of interest where we can see potential reversals or failures. And then what it does, which is very interesting in my opinion, is it gives you these things that we call reversion areas. So on a balanced day or in a balanced market, right, we expect reversions to happen in these boxes that are created and then a rotation back to our value edges. So you can see on a balanced day, it works incredibly well, which is what it was designed for, which is these are just mathematically created areas where it's a deviation, specific deviation away from our value area that was created. We expect reversions to happen back to our value, which is, again, this value high to this value low. And when we get into these boxes, which are dynamically created based off of whatever the levels are, we then expect rotations back down to value. And then you will see this signal that gets created in these areas, this one right here, and it'll give you an invalidation level. And then that's telling you that a potential reversion back to our value edge is going to occur, right? So you're going to be then, once you see this, looking for lower highs and then a reversion down to this as a target. So it's letting you know in a balanced market when we're starting to see that weakness in our reversion boxes, and then we're looking for rotations through. So if you had this idea in your head of how to trade a volume profile and you're looking for mean reversion, we have these areas that get created. We get our reversion signal, we get our rotation back to our value edge, and then we see a recovery of our value edge and then a rotation through value, right? And then we go into our highs, creating another excess. So it's just creating excesses on either side and then trading through our value. It works incredibly well on balance days. And yeah, that's the point of it, is that we wanted a system in place to help with balance days, and then we have systems in place already for trend days. So between PVZ and then the patty indicator, which is this one here, and then our, there we go, got this off. We've got a really nice trend following indicator, and then we also have a balanced indicator to give you different ideas. So this is stacked, which is this one. So this is giving you a trend following rebid reversal line, as well as basically knife catching reversals. So when we see contextual, when we see confluence with these into areas that we care about, we get some really nice signals of looking for like a knife catch into our value edge on PVZ, right? And we get like a bid and push up. So it's just a really nice trend and momentum following suite. But yeah, they're just based off of segmenting the day into specific areas that we've seen very clear shift or volume or volatility come in on average and then pushing out. But this looks really good. So far, like ES and Q, everything is holding our value high and pushing above potential trend setting up if we can get this continuation. If this continues to revert, we'll be looking for rotations back down to this these value highs, but the system looks okay. There's a huge write-up on the page for these indicators on TradingView if you go to the actual page for them when you look them up, as well as videos going over them. You can just search on TradingView. I think if you search the financial cloud, they potentially will come up. No. What's the name? This is our, you just look this profile up and then you can find everything. Here are all our scripts. So this is period value zones or PVZ. There's a full write-up. This is stacked structure ATR clouds with targets. Got the levels indicator, Patty here as well. And again, like if you look on period value zones, I've done a full write-up on how to utilize this. Going through the entire process, examples of what we're looking for, strategy, etc. Like a very in-depth understanding. Shit, how do I get back to my chart? I may have just screwed this up. Why is there like no back button actually? Use the back button on my mouse. I don't have a back button on my mouse. All right, it's all good. I just had to click super charts. No, I wish it opened as a new tab. It opened in the same tab. Terrible. I personally still think we're heading up to 450, just into this deviation of our VWAP and a push. But this is our PVZ target off of our hold of our POC from our previous value. So it's your first and our target off a stacked, right, into 46. But our 50 is looking pretty interesting to me. ES and Russell really leading this push up. Yeah, this like 50 to 56 to me is like our edge high. From here, we were going to need to show a decent amount of effort to get through. This should just be respected as kind of top of range for the moment until we can flag it out. Unless we see some like crazy sweep happen. Dude, Russell is on a mission today. I yap so much, man. What was the last thing I said? I said Russell's on a mission. I said that I think NQ short-term target has to be this 50-56 top of range. But if ES and RTY want to continue leading up, we can see a bit more upside. But it just makes sense for that to be our resistance for right now. See if we find liquidity here as we pull back. I'd like to see like 35 to 30, 30, 35 continue to show bid on NQ, ideally. We're going to continue higher. Just show interest at our day open in this node that we've built out here. And then we need to show interest over 50s from that if we're going to bounce. Right, so like all we did was trade into our deviation here of our VWAP, our 15-minute VWAP. And now we're pulling back into this value high from previous candle at 35, and our value low on that candle is at 27. So we're really looking to see if we can find this bid here. I mean, this value edge, ideally 35 stick. So if we start to push below 30s, then it's going to get full rotation, most likely. Is there going to be rotation in this area? I mean, we have been rotating, but we're really, again, just trying to see if our bid can maintain here in this like 30, 35. If that fails, then we can rotate back through this previous range here, back down to 400s, so wouldn't be ideal. So if you're trading off of 3035, this is first target as we push back into our PVZ here. We need to show interest above 5056 for anything more. Just into these highs where the seller was last should be always be your first risk off if we're gonna fail to break. So either just like be aware or take a little off, you know. Should be alright though. Everything looks good, higher lows. I'm out half from 3035. See if we can get some more here. Doesn't it literally just mean that you can't have a day that is inconsistent? And if you make too much money in one day, then you have to then show the willingness to. Right. Okay. So Sparrow, the whole point of it is to show consistent profits on a daily basis that shows that you have a consistent strategy and that you're not YOLOing onto high vol days and then looking for massive payouts because you gambled, right? That is literally it. So if you're making $500 a day, you can take payouts. If you're consistently making $500 a day, and then you have one day where you make $6,000 because you stayed in a contract in a high vol day and gambled, they're going to be like, "Whoa, you're not very consistent here. You now have a day that is an outlier. Now you have to make more money to show that you didn't just gamble that day, and that you have a consistent system to basically buffer your other days. So you have to make more money because you had a day that was such an extreme outlier that they don't want to pay you because it was showing that you were gambling, right? If you're making a consistent amount of money on a daily basis, you're going to be able to take profits out. That's how it works. If you have weird outlier days where you just have huge gains, then you're going to go, they're going to be like, no, you're gambling and you're trying to play our system. Just treat it as a job. Take a couple good setups, be consistent with your profits, you're good to go. You want to use someone else's money, you got to follow their rules. It is what it is.
Good morning, gamers.
What's up?
Did you get your situation figured out?
I don't know, man. They haven't emailed me. They haven't called me.
That sounds like a no.
I don't know. Why it's better to trade with your own cash? I mean, it can be. It can also be very detrimental to trade with your own cash. Like it has its upsides and downsides. If you blow up a prop account, you only lose out on your subscription fee. If you blow up your real account, you lose all your money.
I'm gonna be honest. If you are trying to get rich trading, like rich, and your timeline isn't like 2 to 3 years, you're never gonna get rich trading.
Like 2 to 3 years after you're consistent already, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah, that's true. That's a very important caveat.
So really it's like a 8-year plan.
Yes.
Are y'all rich? These questions are crazy.
Ratio. I'm a billionaire. You could. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying, wow, you won't, because I know you. I've known you long enough. You can, but you won't. You know what I'm saying? And that's from a place of love, Camille. You know.
New 15s opening now. Opening below POC of previous candles, so we have to watch that for a potential offer now on any retest. Just be careful. Just trading in this range on PVZ between our POC and value high. People who overthink a lot have a very hard time to be to get the same kind of crazy trades as people who are a little head empty.
Yes.
Yes. So like it's one of those things where for people who are overthinkers, it's better to just be very consistent than try to be, the guy on Wall Street Bets who's posting his, one day 100K losses and then the next day 250K wins. Like that just doesn't work for people who are overthinkers. That's not a worldview that makes sense in our heads. So it's better to just be consistently profitable, trading like very mechanical setups that are rational, and then making money like that, and then investing that money somewhere else. It's just like know yourself, know who you are.
No, like we do this a lot too, but like there are 252 trading days a year. Like most people won't stop if they make 500. They feel like that's not enough. But if you do that every day, post tax, you're making 100K. You're making like, you know, mid tier doctor lawyer money for sitting in your boxers. It just isn't my auction. Yeah, but that's like good money.
See, the problem is that people say that they want to make $200 a day, and then they make $200 a day, and then they don't stop trading.
Yep.
It is a human condition where nothing is good enough. And you chase and you chase and you chase, and then all of a sudden you were up, and then you're down on the day. I think anyone who is looking for a monetary goal on a weekly or daily basis is just not going to make it when you're starting out.
True.
Like, you're just not going to make it. Just trade well. You will make money. We talk about this all the time. It's like, be consistent with your strategies, be consistent with your rule set, journal, do the work. Money is a byproduct of the work that you're putting in to be consistent and follow your own rules. We talk about this all the time, but if you have a monetary goal that you're trying to make on a daily basis, you're going to trade badly. You're going to take bad trades because you're chasing a goal like that. Your goal should be to be consistent.
There's no way to judge like your consistency off of monetary goals either, like because you can trade like really poorly and make a lot of money, and you can trade really well and make no money. And so like if your depending what your basis point is really gonna affect your measurement of progress.
I don't know what that means. Where y'all like that? I don't know what that means. Let's see if we flip our support as resistance here, if we can get back in. It's just our 30-35 note trying to go offer. I don't trade like that. I don't think it works.
I would say so. Like try to answer this correctly. Like, pretty much our primary job here is to tell you guys all the common mistakes that we have also made and how to avoid them. Now, if you want to listen to them or not, that's your prerogative. But it's just like a mindset that does not work. Like maybe like 5-8 years ago, sure. But I don't know. It's that was something for me that I learned like very early on. It's just like anything else, where you're like if you wanna have like a 90% free throw rate, is that your only focus, or is it like how you shoot the basketball? I mean, you should focus on how you shoot the basketball. But people don't apply that when there's the monetary emotion involved. There's a new Final Destination movie. That's hilarious.
I'll be right back.
We're watching RTY reaction here at this Globex POC. We have this nestled with Tuesday where we were sitting up here as well. A value high in the zone. Monday. And Globex POC. There's a lot of stacked sell side kind of value in this area. Obviously ES is up and over the 50 now, holding pivot, but it's Globex value high here, 57.
This bid at 30.35 has got to be pretty clear if buyers are going to come back in, and then we got to step over like 40s, or this is just going to trap and then we rotate down, in my opinion. See what happens. I think offers very clearly sitting at 40, and then we've got this bid that was at 30.35 before. So like if they can come back in, then this is like a look back in, and then we can look for a higher low for a rotation back up, and ideally a break above. But if 40 holds and then we push below 30s, I think we have one more leg down. Basically my thought process. So testing into our 430 now. If offer's able to get us below and show interest, again, I think we probably have one more leg down. Need to see a pretty firm bid here. As Russell retests our halfway back as well in this LPN. And my target would be, first target, of course, into our wick lows at 23, but primary target down at 410, 412 into VWAP. It's just like very consistent lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, halfway back holding as resistance, right? So now if offer's sitting here again, then it just makes sense that we then fill this back down into this. What's up, Julian?
Good, Camille. I haven't watched it yet.
All right, so I'm out half here, guys.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm yapping out about the market.
So as we push down into VWAP in previous day POC, this is basically target. Yeah, I'm just in a small short off this flip here, off our failure at 40s, and then our push below 30. I'm just looking for a reversion. There's not a lot here. You have to take profit into 20s as your first target, because that's our 15-minute VWAP. But if we continue to show sell side showing pressure below these POCs from previous candles, then we're in an okay spot. But like again, this purple line is 15-minute VWAP, so I'm just looking at that as our target on these rotations. Russell showing a bit more weakness now. Bunch of short stories. I'll have to check it out. I still need to finish the new season of Andor. I think I have like 3 episodes left.
I'm almost finally done with the Yellowstone arc, man. It's been like 2.5 months.
That's crazy that you're watching all that. It's like a bit overwhelming for me. Too many seasons.
It's a lot. I finished 1923, I finished 1893, and I'm on like season 6 of Yellowstone, man. We're doing the whole shebang.
Julian asked, what was the play? Oh, my bad, man. So just this, we were long from 30 to 35 here on this bid and flip for rotations up into our 50, which is our deviation away from VWAP. So the whole idea right now is that we're just rotating in between our 15-minute VWAP and our deviation into 50s. Or if you want to look at it off of PVZ, our POC to value high, right? So just this rotation. And then once we started to see this look above and failure, and then a bid, and then a lower high, it's when I'm starting to look for that lower high to continue, basically that offer moving down. So as soon as we see that step below 30s on this attempt, I'm now watching as we push into our 40 edge, where I saw our offer, for a push below and then a rotation through. So it's basically just a flip of this buyer from 30.35 to then our seller potentially for rotations down from our long that we were playing just in this range, this little 20-point scalp. Once we start to see like our POCs shift as resistance over and over again, that's where I'm thinking that sell side has a bit of an advantage. And we see these very clear lower highs in the market and then our offer shifting down. So it was just a flip of our bid to our offer. Just scalps. We're in a pretty slow market right now. Excuse me. I'm just in runners now. My stop set sitting at 41. A specific model? I mean, I trade AMT. So like all of like footprint, like volume profiles, et cetera, like they're all the same setup to me. They're just being shown. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. Let me think on it. This is our next target here as we pushed into VWAP. Taking one more off.
So about 10 minutes time, we get the Baker Hughes total rig count, prior 578, and oil rig count, prior 474.
One specific setup that you try to hit. I mean, my favorite setup in the world to trade is just finding someone off sides and then playing the secondary move away from that area. Like that's literally it. Like I'm a big reversal trader. Big reversal guy. I think they're like they're easy to spot once you know what to look for. So I'm a big fan of like finding offside liquidity and then playing the punishment. I think I find those the most consistently. But basically just like failure to expand rotation through balance, et cetera, et cetera. Good chance I get stopped out here on my my runners off of that hold into target. Again, we're just balanced 15-minute VWAP to our deviation high into 50s. There's not a lot here. If we can push over this, I think that we can then expand upward. Just watching Russell find this low. Retesting our highs now. Yes, also retesting highs. I'll reconsider my position if. Ooh, wait. Oops. I always forget to adjust my stop after I take profit. I wish it would auto do that on TradingView or Tradevate. Like if I take
Like
off 2 contracts, but my limit is still above, like I wish it would auto adjust to my size of what I have on still.
you might be able to do that. They have some pretty good for complex order structure. I used to run that stuff all the time, you know. But the problem is like sometimes you want it, sometimes you don't. I just got
Hmm.
annoyed with having to remember, so I just like took it off, so I always have to remember.
Yeah, the bracket entry. It makes sense. So I just do like really wide brackets and then manually adjust them, move them afterwards.
Yeah, but there is like some complex things to move where it's like if this goes off, then the rest of the orders move to like this bracket. I mean, yeah, you have to do it obviously with brackets, like Surf said, but
If we
yeah.
bid here at 30-35, I'm bullish for short term for another rotation up, by the way, on the recovery. So let's see if we can hold here and flag it.
I'd like to see Russell get up over this Globex value or into this Globex upper structure and trade into a value high. There's so many sellers sitting here all week. I see some strength. Same with ES, like clear over. You have that VPOC 65, and then your ADR is January POC, essentially same area in the 80s.
5 minutes to go until we get the Baker Hughes total rig count, price 578, and oil rig count, price 474.
Screw, you have access to this chart. You can do whatever you want with it. Here you go, man. This is our full rotation off that hold of 30-35. Let's see if we can get over. I'd like to see a break of this with this low. Julian, there's a from what day was it? Wednesday, the last public VOD, where for an hour after market close, I go over a lot of the things that I'm watching for. If you want to take the time to go through some of it, I talk about a lot of the things that I looked for, reviewing trades on that session and looking at like what I'm watching for on the DOM, like, with footprint, et cetera, et cetera. It's the last hour of the VOD from Wednesday. Wednesday, so that would be the 14th.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
Ten seconds till new 15s. Let's see if they find a bid here and then flip this thing back up, or if we're going to start to do the full rotation down again. Watching close of this candle as we look below. I just really don't think there's a lot here until we flip view up as resistance, or this is just going to be bought up over and over again.
If changes or bid, I'm gonna have to like look at this a little bit because I'm not super familiar with this DOM. Maybe let me answer like this, Mikey. So like when we talk about the bid stepping up or stepping in, right? When you see it on the spread, you're going to just see the bid number
Total
grow.
total rig count
Right.
576, 576 compared to the
Let me look
prior
at top for a second.
578.
And then the initiation off of that, what you want to see is then orders come over the spread, right, and take the offer. And as that happens and your spread moves up, that bid backfills. So you're seeing the numbers on the bid grow and move up with price, as well as the velocity and intensity of those willing to take over into the offer grow. And then the third coupling, which makes sense for then like actual movement, is going to be that offer stepping away at the same time. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Oil rig count 473 compared to the prior 474.
And it's not a bad question. I would also not be worried about asking bad questions.
If offer's serious here, they should be holding 30-35. Failure again is just going to be another rotation through, back up to R46. Like, sell side needs to sit here for this offer to lower, offer to lower, offer to lower. We need this rejection here, and then we need to see a continuation down if we're going to break this balance. If we continue to just find this bid at 420 at our 15-minute view up, there is no change, right? We need to see the shift to value with these POCs moving down. If sell side just continues to just get bought up into these lows and then we pop back over, it's just these rotations for this 20 points here. Questions aren't bad. The only questions we get annoyed with are questions that we've already answered you 75 times and you're just like ignoring, or where we've like given you a resource to look at and you are clearly not doing the work on your own and you're trying to get us to teach you every single thing with no willingness to do any work by yourself, because it's just showing us like you're probably not going to make it. And even then we'll still answer those questions, but it just is a little bit frustrating for us because it's like you're clearly not putting in the work yourself. That's the only time I get annoyed, where it's like, dude, like, what more can I do for you? But questions are the best way to learn, right? The big gray cloud is an anchored VWAP on PVZ. If you read the PVZ description, it tells you exactly what it is. That thing I sent to you on Wednesday, Screw, to go over. Yeah. I have no clue, man. So full rotation off another hold of our low of our 15-minute. It's going to be a rotation up into these highs again. Should be your first risk off if you are trading this. Until we can breach, like there's nothing else here. You're looking for a rebid here at 30.35 on the flip, and then potentially a rotation into this 45.50 for more. I don't think we have any chance for expansion until we are able to push over 56. From 56, we maybe go up to like 480, but we're just very trapped right now between our value high and our VWAP here. Why is ES higher than NQ and RTY? Are you asking why it's diverging? Is that the question? Why they're not moving together? Okay. Because there are different components in each thing. So if we don't have full market participation, but individual names that are pushing and they're more heavily weighted in an individual index, then the index will deviate, right? When you have a mixed market, you're going to have mixed movement. It's not going to be as cohesive.
Here's your ES peak over. You want to see the Globex high become supportive here if we're going to get that secondary look first into 65 and then all the way up into 80.
So again, we got our bounce into 20s, right? Into our VWAP here. We got our push into our 40 offer, bid at our 30, and now we are challenging this 40 again, right? So it's trying to reclaim this edge. There's not a lot here, like I told you, until we can show interest above this. It's very flat. Remember what our short yesterday was? It was that 410 to 425 area, right? What are we holding now in NQ is supportive? What are we trying to flip? That, right? So as long as that 410, 425 area is holding for me, I'm not incredibly bearish, but we're stuck in a range right now trying to show acceptance back above that seller that was present into end of day yesterday. So if we can flip this and we can get back over 56, I'm a pretty. I think we go up, right? But if this continues to fail and these buyers continue to get exhausted up here, and then we flip back below, then we're more than likely going to rotate down to previous day value low. Would be my guess. Right? Like look at where previous day POC is. It's right down here into this 410, right? So if we start to reject that and that goes resistance, that's when I get worried that we're going to have to do this lower rotation down into like our ETH low, et cetera, et cetera. And then like big target down into previous day value low into 300. But if we continue to maintain here at this like 420 to 410, I'm not incredibly worried about it. It just looks like balance. But if we can get over, I expect us to rotate at least into previous day value high on an actual break out of this little balance here. And then from there, we figure out what we want to do. Like this 56 to like 65 above is kind of what I'm looking for on any sort of upside break. And it's very tight. It's hard to say right now. Are we in a balanced market? Yeah, I mean, we're still trading in yesterday's value, man. So like value hasn't shifted in the sense of like we're still holding previous day value high as resistance right now, right? So if we're in the same range as yesterday's auction, it's going to be really hard to say that we're expanding, isn't it? Right? Like this is what our market looks like right now. So like we have a very clear resistance above us, and we have a very clear buyer below us, and then we have these large rotations. But it's a larger balance, but we've got this smaller balance that we're trading in right now, which is very clear at this like 400, right? And we've got this push up into our 50s. So like right now you're just chopping in between this. But if this ever starts to break down, we know we have a much lower target into that 300 area with these lows. But I'm not going to be incredibly bullish on the market until we can get through the supply above us. It's the same as yesterday. Right, like if this continues to just curl over and we continue to exhaust buyers here and we start to show that interest below, I expect like then this downside rotation to these lower targets. UNH, really nice bounce off of ADR low, pushing into ADR high now. Got room on the gap. If it wants to do it. We push over this ADR high. Actually has a decent amount of space above that it can retrace. Interesting.
Thanks, Varg.
I just took off half here into 46, leaving runners for a potential move into like 56.60 on a secondary leg if we can make this 40 supportive.
So what I would do, Screw, is when we're when we have areas that aren't currently market generated, we call them MGI, market generated information. You should treat them as areas to trade to, but not off of. You can lean on them where if there's a probability of something that happened in the past, it will probably happen there again. But you need to check with new MGI to initiate a trade off of it, right? So like even we talked about RTY here, right, where we have this Globex POC, and this week there's been sellers here and above, right? So we can assume that there's probably sellers there to trade into, but there's no short until we see initiative sellers off of it, right? Yeah, information that the market generates in real time.
Surely expecting the Federal Reserve to report operation data.
Market generated information. MGI.
30 counterparties take $136.799 billion at the Federal Reserve report operation.
Taking off a little bit more here into 56, 60. If we can show interest above previous day value high and get through this supply, then we go up and you leave your runners for continuation, probably to 480. So again, this is just our rotation back down into VWAP to catch bids, our then recovery of our 30-35, and then our rotation back up in our hold now of our 46, right? That led to our target into previous day value high, which is what we were looking for. From here, if we can continue higher, we have upside potential. If this holds, there's no change, right? It's just we're looking for basically now the ability to hold and eat up this supply for a continuation higher, or this is going to result in absorption and then a rotation back down through our range. Right? We have a very clear range that's built out. We're now looking above. Let's see if it can do it. If it fails, right? If we can't hold this 40 to 50 area, I would say that we do full rotation back down. That's my guess.
So for your question, Screw, what does it do, right? Once again, your question was, do we still have the same area where price might reverse? And the answer is we can lean on it if we're trading into it, but we need to check if there's still activity there that matches what we've seen previously, right? And that activity is information that we're gathering real time, right? So you can trade to the previous areas, but we need to check with current and new information if we can trade off of them.
So the buyer that pushed price to 460 is sitting at 430, 440 with offside sellers at 410, 430. Buyer that pushed price to 460. I mean, we don't know where that buyer is. We know that there is a strong secondary buyer that's sitting at 440, 445, like 440, 450 right now, and is trying to push through this supply that's above us. If we can't hold that, we should rotate back down to 420. All we knew is that there was a guy who was absorbing into this like 56, 60 area from the last attempt that we did up into here. And that our buyer at our lows is holding our 420, right? So like we know that there's someone who's taking in size into 420. We know that there's a strong secondary buyer at 440, 450, and we know that there's a seller who's sitting and just kind of absorbing here into this 60. I don't know who's participating, like the actual participants. I just know where we've seen them in the past. I don't know if it's the same people, right? We just are going off of what's being generated on Footprint itself. Right, so like our seller was here last. We can see that with the stacked imbalance that was created. That's being highlighted for you automatically on our Footprint chart. Right, this is that supply. So this was our target. We know that there's a bid that's very clear here into these lows at our 15-minute VWAP. And we were just looking for this rotation up into the supply. What happens from here? We ideally, again, want to see this like 40 to 50 now hold as supportive on the break of this little balance that we just traded, where these wick highs become supportive, right? And then we can push through the supply, build through. But other than that, there's not a lot to go off of, right? Like we know that previous day value high is at 60. We know that. Like that's why it's our target. Now it's just a matter of like, can we shift our value from this value high, this 46, right? From resistance, like it was, to now our supportive hold. If we can, then we're just going to be looking for this area to build out and then a push over previous day value high and for that to be taken as supportive. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's my view right now. Is like we were just looking for liquidity at VWAP, buyers were found. We then found a higher low at our 30-35, and now we're just rotating back up to where sellers were found last into this known supply above. Right, like sell side failed at the lows, so we rotate back up to the highs.
So this is your first ES target here, and towards the 65, we have a VPOC. Just got cleaned here.
Does that make sense for any, or does that make you more confused? All right, let me go to a fresh chart so I can see if I can show this a little bit better, not zoomed in so much. What the hell is this? Q. All right. So this is what I see. I see a very clear balance that we traded in between this 290, 280 area, right? Like this low, and then this 400, 425 area above, right? We can see this pretty clearly, right? Hopefully. This high, this low. That price just rotated in between the last couple days. So why do I care that we are now looking and finding bids on this flip specifically? What are we seeing here? This flip. 410. Why am I not too worried about downside as long as we're maintaining here? Do we see like a little mini auction that happened here? Off of these lows where we found our liquidity, off of our demand tier from the last push up, retested into this demand, immediate bid, and then found secondary buyers here, and then chopped here. So like to me, I see like 3 interactions that can happen. I see a little small auction that can take place here, but as long as we're maintaining, I'm just seeing buyers step at higher lows, right? So it's like a small, slow grind up, but like we're still holding where we need to. And again, like our 420 is where our 15-minute VWAP is. So we're just seeing buyers coming back down into these lows and then pushing off of it. So for me, there's not really like a bear thesis until we show interest back below into this previous range. Once we do, then we can look down and then play this rotation. But like as long as this low is maintaining, I just am expecting, as long as sellers are failing here, that we're just rotating up into this supply here, right, to retest this. And if we can push through this and eat up these orders, which is what we're attempting to do right now, right? There's decent size up here, and we're attempting to eat through this this supply. If it can succeed, then we should be able to then retest our highs, right? Push up further, wherever their advertising price. I'm unsure as of right now. But we've got this buyer that's at 46 short term here to here 40. I'd like to see any dip from a failure to take out this supply in one go, just to kind of come back down into this low, and then we see where we go from there. But this is just basically our top of balance. Let me change this to 20. So now when I go to a different chart type, let's go to regular candles, go to 1 minute. So again, this is known supply. What we were watching for was just dips to get bought into 20. And then we knew that there was an offer sitting here into our 40, 45. We're now seeing this flip. Do we see how this was our seller that was sitting here? And now our buyer is now looking above to try to rotate this up. So now it's just a matter of on retest into this, and we then push higher, right? And then continue onward. Is the supply going to hold where we exhaust and then rotate back down? I would expect something like this then if this fails, right? If we absorb into here and then we don't see a strong bid. But yeah, that's basically it. It's like yesterday into close, if you were trading, we kept seeing this area act as resistance for these downside moves, where we continued to fail over and over and over again. This pivot. So any look in was basically eaten, and then we saw this rejection and then rotation down. So like with the flip, I just want to see if we can rotate this range, which is what we were trading earlier in the day, right? And if this is our low and this was our high, then I just expect this auction to kind of be respected until we show interest somewhere else. So again, I'm not really interested in looking for short continuation until we see these lows get taken, just like we did here. Or this is just a push through the same balance that we were trading earlier. Right, like we saw a very clear rejection here, and then re-off or below that led to a downside move. And then we retested this pivot again into these lows. So for me, this is just like a very easy flip to play around, where if we're above, I'm just looking for this to be a bid for rotations up. And if we're below, I'm looking for rotations down. Right, and now if like we can hold the highs of this chop that we were trading in earlier, like I'll be interested to then see if we can build this out and then continue higher. Balance. I don't know, I like creating a pivot like this where I have like a very clear decision-making process of like, if we're looking like, this gives me like a very clear if-then statement. I like if-then statements. It keeps me rational, you know? Offer sitting at 480, which was our target. At 80 to 90, we got to breach through, Rory. That was target for me. This is ES target into 67. We push through this. We can probably start to do the upper rotation into ADR into 84s, but we got to show interest above here. I don't know. What's your average, buddy? Oh, you're long from mid from this 30 seconds or mid. I mean, the thing is like if we don't see like 50 to 60 kind of hold supportive now, then there's potential to rotate back down to 40. But if it holds, then there's no real change. Just head into 80 to 90. Just do this upper auction. Right, like ideally, like your best case scenario is that we find a bid into previous day value high at this node, and you're just looking for this to now be supportive. Like that's your ideal situation. Like what you can do is just put a fixed range on this little development that we just made, right? And your best case scenario here is we hold the value high of that fixed range. Right, but like this is where you're now looking for a bid to be in this area. Just coming back down to our buyers. Yeah, I don't know, man. I played 420 to 480. That was it for me. If we get more, I'll look to get back in. We see a strong bid here at our previous state value high. Yeah, I think that's fine. What is the chance of a gap down on Sunday open? No clue.
50-50.
Yeah, no clue. I'll get back to you once we see what the close looks like.
I'll let you know on Wednesday.
It's so 67 on ES held offer, rotation down to our halfway back here, pushing into our 55 on NQ. See if we can get back over 62 on rebid, or if our offer holds here. You got tagged on your stop. Oh,
Oh, Roy, you're finally gonna say hi to me, man? The last time I talked to Rory was 6 o'clock on Tuesday, and he said, I'll see you in 2 hours, and I haven't seen him since.
it's classic. When are you gonna get Abby to play Destiny so you can stop relying on these
Never.
degens? Unlucky, man. Unlucky. The bid just needs to be very clear here into 50-55 and then push back above if we're going to go higher, or we should just expect rotations back down to, again, to our 40. So holding our value low off of this fixed range. Same buyers still present, but we need to show acceptance back above here, or the offer is going to again sit here. Like we got to show interest above this POC on current candle at 67, 70, whatever you want to call it. We're basically, let's see if I can visualize this for you guys. Right, this is where our offer is sitting above. We need to be able to show interest above this guy here. $30 seconds till new 15s. I'm flat again, closed into 75, 80. So there's not, I'm just waiting. If we can continue to find our buyer here, 50-55, and step over 70s, then I'll look for a long again. Until then, it just looks like we're rotating back down. New 15s opening here, 5 seconds. All right, I think that this is what we're looking at. Watch 430, 440 for target.
As ES comes back into this, Globex value high. I want to see pretty active bids are going to hold up here. Same thing on QPOC.
think we have one more leg down. If we fail, an offer like 55, 60, and then we look for like 420. This holds, and we're okay if we can get back over previous day value high. But if we see a rejection into this node, I'm looking for one more leg down, something like this. See, nothing that I currently want to be playing off of. But if we see a look back into that node and then a look back below, I'll be interested.
We'll be right back. If you're in runners, again, I think 420 is probably a pretty solid target, but I don't know if we get there in one foul swoop. I'd like to see a look above first and then a push down. It just seems like this area has a lot of potential for short-term bids. So I'm not looking to play this leg down unless we see a look over first, because I'm not in a runner. I'm not in anything. So for initial positioning, I'd like to see a bit more. But again, like it's just a rotation of our already established balance that we traded in earlier off of the failure at 80s, and then the rotation back below.
Dan, do you not own a Apple Watch? Hmm. Okay, gotcha. It's like Whoop needs to sell their API access to Apple. So you can just like have the app separately, but use the data. That'd be cool.
According to Punchbowl, House Budget Panel to reconvene Sunday for tax bill. So specifically, they're to reconvene the House Budget Committee Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to vote again on reconciliation per multiple sources familiar with the plan.
I still just want to see this look above. I have no skin in the game. I just want to see us reoffer this range here, fail into this node, and then get back below for a rotation to 420. But if this doesn't happen, then I still just probably won't initiate anything here. Just a little messy. I feel like my battery's starting to fail on mine. Like, does not
You
hold a
haven't had
charge
it that
well.
long though.
Yeah,
That's kind of crazy.
it's I have to charge it more and more frequently now. Kind of weird. Yeah, at least it's easy to charge, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, 10 days would be huge. Even just like a full week. If I could just like charge it Sunday, be nice. I feel like I'm charging mine like twice a week now. Yeah, but it felt like I could basically. It lasted like a week when I first got it. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it really did feel like that. All right, we're just following my path thing. Let's see what happens here. If we can get back below, or if this edge holds as supportive. This was our look above that we wanted to see. Got to get below 40s. Show interest now that we've tagged back into this fixed range. I have never had a liquid death in my life.
It's just water, bro. True.
Is it insanely expensive, or is it like priced like bubbly?
Yeah. No, it's literally just
Like, how much are you paying for that one can? Like, I know
It's
the
just
tall
water,
boys are
dude.
super expensive. Ugh. That tastes like Dr. Pepper. That's cool.
You like it foamy. Okay.
See if we can maintain a lower high here, or if buyers can win this out. So the idea here was basically a look into our previous value area, and then a failure at our value edge on retest, and then a rotation through if sell side was going to be able to win this out, right? So we're looking in. We're now watching for this bid here. We're watching for that lower high to hold, and then we want to see us push below day open if we're going to continue down. If the bid is just going to remain here, then I don't have a lot to play for upside other than just our targets that we were approaching previously. But this is what we wanted to see look-wise. Now we just need to get below. Yeah, no, I totally get you. I was super big into this soda stream for a few years there. But then it was just kind of an inconvenience. Like I just like couldn't be bothered to continue to refill them. And now it just sits on my counter in my kitchen unused. I just drink water or tea. But I was super into like carbonated water for a while. Because you could even do the like the Mio, all of those like flavor pods. You could do like caffeinated versions into it, which is really nice. Yeah, it was just like I stopped doing it like for like 1 week and then it was just over. Like I was inconsistent and then I just everything failed. Yeah, that's all I drink. I bought these. Let me see if I can find it on Amazon. I have to like go back 2 years to find those orders. Uh, I like these, Roy. These were decent. Um, see if I can find another one. Because they're caffeinated as well. So that was cool. And then
The
I would,
Aldi branded ones are good.
yeah, I just like to be able to buy them in bulk. That's why. Every time I'd go into Aldi, you get like one or two, and then the rest of it was just too inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There are a bunch of flavors on Amazon though. You can buy wholesale. But those, I feel like I was paying about $15. I feel like they've doubled the price of that. Or maybe it was a different brand. Hey, look. I'm so deep in my Amazon history right now. I don't know. I really didn't like a lot of like the SodaStream flavors that they
No,
actually
the
had.
actual branded ones are trash, man.
Yeah, not great. The my old house, there was a grocery store like literally a block away, and they always had deals on Bubbly Bounce, where you get like three 12 packs for like $6. It was insane. So
Holy,
I stopped using SodaStream because it was just such a good deal for that.
yeah.
I don't know if they just like misordered and they just had an insane inventory, but it was like the best deal. And that's when I stopped using my SodaStream. But now that I've got a like a huge industrial like commercial coffee machine on the in the apartment building, I just use that because it has so many options. No reason not to. So still holding our open, no change there. If we start to show interest above 60s, I think that buy side wins. Just unsure. Coming back up into this fixed range. If offer continues to remain here, I don't think that it's a bad area to short over and over again. Just if this 50 bids, we should trade into 60 here and then look for liquidity. You have so much alcohol. Jesus. I know, man. I know you've got more. My man is a collector.
He has a horrible whiskey collection, if it makes you feel any better.
I mean, I don't care what he does. I'm not. I just don't drink.
No, it's just honest.
See how our offer reacts here into this 60 look. We need to see like a very clear bid into this new 15 that opens in 40 seconds. And then we can look for rotations up to this POC. But again, like I think 60 can easily stay offer, and then we're just looking for looks below 50 for continuation down. The same as before, right? We just want to see if this is going to flip or if this is going to continue to fail, right? So for me, like I really want to see sell side continue to just show interest here and then rotate us below. And then of course we got to get below this 40 and show interest below that for continuation down, or it's just balance. So to me, that's just, it looks like a balanced rotation, but if we start to show interest where we can hold our edge here into this like 45.50 instead, and this goes bid, and then we can look up for continuation because it's a successful shift of value. So it's just we should figure out which way we want to go here in a second. So if you're long off of this 35.40 into our day open, this is of course a great risk off. If you're short, you're looking for offer to step down and then re-offer below 50s for the rotation back down, right? It's just balance. This is a potential excess. We're watching to see if buyers get stuffed here or if they can flip the offer and make it supportive for rotations back up to our highs. I said it's a tough area to interact unless you're trying to play the edges. There's very clearly a buyer trying here at this like 48.55 area, right? So we need to see that flip below. Russell into our ETH high.
It's now an official statement. The U.S. House Budget Committee to convene on Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for vote on reconciliation bill.
So again, this is where we either see the bid step in to defend this edge or offer steps below, and then we look for the rotation back down into our day open. It's just a failure to show interest above this value edge, right, of this fixed range. So this offer is still sitting here. Now we need to see if the bid at this low of this value is present, right? This right here. If it flips, then should just do full rotation through with the same seller stepping in. If the bid is able to hold, we need to see a very clear look over 60s for a secondary move, and then we can trade up into, I don't know, it's like 75, 80. Should be pretty apparent, right? Just the same place I've been looking for failures over and over again. So I think this is a great first risk off for shorts, and now we look for the offer for a continuation on this look below, right? Just like we have pathed. It's just an inside candle. So if we fail to look at the above the highs and show any interest above, I'm just expecting rotations to the same wick lows that we've seen over and over again in the last two 15-minute candles. This 60 edge again is our value edge, our previous day value high, our sell side candles value high, value low, right? It's just there's a bunch. We know that there's a big seller above here, so I need to see like a very clearly interest above, or it's just going to continue to show as our resistance. Oh. I wish drinking still like sounded like good. I don't
It's
know.
not.
I just like it just sounds terrible to me.
It is.
Do I drink liquor? No, not really.
Me and Abby are actually talking about this because, like, even now, like, when you go to the doctor and they ask you, and it's like, I don't know, maybe I average once a month, like a drink a month, because there's 1 month I have two at dinner kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah. How come? I don't know, man. It's just like not appealing. I'm an edible enjoyer, if anything.
Doing things that don't poison you. Crazy take.
The only time I drink is like socially if it's there and other people are drinking. But I don't know. I'm a big fan of being in control.
Yep.
And alcohol does not do that. It's the opposite.
Little RTY peak here. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going like crazy high. I'm just like high enough, you know? Like if you don't feel in control on weed, like you are too high. I don't know what to tell you.
Have other problems.
Yeah. Yeah, something's wrong if you don't feel in control on weed. You should have perfect decision making skills still. Like if you're too high, you just go to sleep, man. Like I don't know. You're too drunk, you get into like a fist fight and break your arm, and like I'm not. Like, it's a very different extreme.
Sometimes, says Roger.
Like you get too high on weed, you like eat one too many tacos from Taco Bell, and then you pass out. Like, well, I don't know what terrible decisions you're making. Holy moly, get me out of here.
Really keeping a tight eye on this RTY peak.
Next taco night? I don't know. It's been a minute, actually.
I'm making birria tomorrow.
Ooh, nice.
In the slow cooker, not the pressure cooker. Like
OpenAI to help
you know?
to help UAE develop one of the world's biggest data centers, and OpenAI is expected to be a key anchor for new 5GW data center. Other US firms, MDX, may participate in UAE data center project.
Well, maybe I do that this weekend. There's like 50 grills outside on the deck. I need to start utilizing them more. What's up, Izzy? Morning, morning. Doing like lots of different meals was so much easier when I was in like a long-term relationship and I was cooking for someone else. Now that I'm like single and not living with someone, I just like I'm totally fine just like bulk cooking like two meals,
Yeah.
3 meals a week at most, and then just like
Yes.
eating leftovers. I don't know. When I was cooking for someone else, I was so happy to make like a new meal every day and like do different like have lots of variety, but I just don't care.
I do like 3, and then we have a pizza night. 3 to 4.
Yeah, like that sounds good to me. I don't know. Just
Pasta no sauce. It's injected in your veins, buddy.
yeah, because like when I was in committed relationships, like no one else followed like I eat 1 meal a day, but that's only like I'm comfortable doing that because I eat for sustenance, right? Like so it's like I'm full, I eat my meal, I'm good, and we move on. But when you're cooking for other people, it's like, oh, I have to have like multiple meals. I have to do. And I'm a big fan of cooking, but I just like not for myself. I don't know. Just can't be bothered. Yeah. I don't know, man. So this is just a move up to POC from our sell side into 70. For anything more, we just got to show interest above 70 to 80. To me, this is just where sell side's sitting again. We got our bid that looked like this right on the hold instead of the failure for the secondary leg down. But if we can't sustain here and this POC acts as resistance, we're going to just watch for this rotation back down into these lows. We need to see a flag basically now hold this top edge if we're going to continue. This is our major resistance here on ES as well into that 67 where we rejected last. If we can push higher, I mean, we have room above on ES, that's the thing. I just don't know if we're going to show any interest again. I hope we do. I want to get out of here. Sick of it. We have 30 seconds till no 15s. Hopefully they can make a decision here into the open of the new 15, and then we can find a play. Yeah. The afternoons have been very balanced. And a lot of times, like, not even good balance, like, just garbage. But... I really hate being short in like a very dull market like this. Like it just doesn't feel great. Like I need to see like strong sellers step in, and then we need to see like a violent acceleration and then like get it like a nice mother bar on the 15 to play off of, and then play like a directional change. Other than that, it's just like, oh, are we still holding the 15-minute VWAP as supportive? Are we above it? It's like, okay, well, it's probably just a pullback then. And then choppy grind up. Just feels terrible trying to short this. Yeah, same as I wish it was a bit of a larger range. When your balance is like 30 points on NQ, it just kind of feels bad. Yeah, I mean, it's still 30 points, but, you know.
We've done this before, Sparrow. Just like if we're not holding a 15-minute lower high or higher low, then like we just don't pick a side.
Seeing NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $62.49 a barrel, up 87 cents or 1.41%. And NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $2.14 a gallon. Gasoline June futures settle at around $2.14 a gallon. and NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at around $3.33.
Like, we're still just in this, right? But we're attempting to shift, right? We've got very clear higher lows from the low, and we have an upside trend, and we've regained into this we've reclaimed into this balance, right? So like we are trending up on the day, but we are inside a balance. Does that make sense from what I just posted? Right? Like if I put an AV WAP off the low, like we held our low of balance on the higher time frame. We've found a bid on every attempt into our VWAP, our AV WAP, right? This has been a bounce point. So we're going up. We're going up. We're going up. We're going up. But we have to show interest outside of this, because like if this 460, 480 continues to just hold offer and we can't get over, like it's the same balance, same offer as this morning, same everything. Like it's just the same. Right, like if this just curls over again and we start to look down and we take out this and then we come back down into this, then it's just like a rotation through all this again. So I want to see like a very nice flagging here, take out of these highs, show interest above, then we can keep going. For every like upside move, you get one of these for 15 minutes. I mean, I like both. I'm fine with either. Don't really care. I like balance days that have a bit more range. Yeah. I don't know. I like speed, yes. My ADHD riddled brain likes movement quite a bit. When I can lock in and just play the rotations and not have to wait 30 minutes per move. Like FOMC is like one of my favorite days because of the speed and because like in the morning we have really solid balance, which is like really fun to play. And then after FMOC, we have like huge, volatile, very fast, very predictable liquidity pockets that we can play off of for trend. Right? So we get like the best of both worlds if you know how to play those areas. But you know, I mean it's and then again, like pre-FOMC, you get like perfect balance, which is really fun to play because we have a very clear plan and we know that it's going to be balanced. Like no higher time frame participants are putting large capital into the market pre-FOMC, right? It's just a day trading market where we're basically balanced between two liquidity pockets before news comes out. So like that's very predictable and it's usually a pretty solid range. And then after FOMC, we just wait for the initial reaction and then we just play off of our higher time frame value and then just play pullbacks, which are easy to spot because of how large the moves are. Like the pockets are pretty easy to find. I don't know, man. I just like markets that are actually moving. Keeps me interested. NFP, yeah, that's no, I don't touch it. Don't trade Globex. Don't trade first 30. This group knows me well. Well, when everyone's trading the same thing, pretty easy. Like when ES looks like this, you should just not be trading, in my opinion. Like this, like this is so shit. Barcoding. There's just not enough liquidity for it to be like great for scalping.
A wedge.
Uh, into our 480. See if we can actually show interest above this 480, 490. That'd be great.
According to the Financial Times, the US and EU break impasse to enable tariff discussions.
Yeah, I don't trade like the first 30 to an hour of the day usually.
To further detail into this, the US and EU have begun serious trade discussions to head off worst of Trump's tariffs, breaking a deadlock that left the bloc near the back of the queue to negotiate with Trump's team. The two sides have in recent days exchanged negotiating documents for the first time, outlining areas of discussion ranging from tariffs to digital trade and investment opportunities, according to 4 people familiar with the matter and an EU briefing note seen by the Financial Times. We'll get the article out on the feed for you to read through.
Why is that? I mean, I don't know. Just don't like it. Feels a little Gamba-y to me. I like to have a little bit of a some structure developed first to trade around. And I don't like trading off of Globex structure a lot of the times. So like I don't have a lot of edge in the morning unless we're just like trading off of the opening range.
So Greer, Trump's trade representative, helped force the pace when he privately warned European diplomats that US officials were growing increasingly frustrated at the bloc's refusal to provide any proposals in writing, according to 2 people familiar with the discussion.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just like not my preferred trade type to take. There are some people that
apparently what he
just
did
trade the
say
first
is
hour.
that without an initial move from Brussels, He said the EU should expect Trump to reapply his April 2nd tariffs in full. The EU's 20% reciprocal tariff has been halved until July 8th to allow for negotiations. Trump has maintained additional 25% levies on steel, aluminium, and cars, and threats of more to come on pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, copper, lumber, critical minerals, and aerospace parts.
Like there's something called the initial balance. It's the first hour of the market. So a lot of traders wait for the IB to complete before they start trading. It's really up to you. Like a lot of people wait for the first 30 minutes. A lot of people wait for it just depends. I mean, it's like what's your strategy, you know? I don't know. I like a little bit of a value on the day to be developed first. Sorry.
Well, no. I was just saying, what you should be doing, Screwhead, and like how you find this out is you record your trades and then you chart which times you're most profitable, and those should be the times that you're trading.
Yeah.
Should be very systematic.
Like we've gone over this before, where like I've shown
Brent crude futures
like
settled
my
at
most
$65
like where I'm
41 cents a
successful
barrel,
and where I'm not.
up 88 cents or 1.36%.
But like even in like Tradeovate, you can see like what periods you make money in, what periods you don't. And like I usually make a lot of most of my money between like 10 to 11 for my first trading. Once that like first 30 minutes has been like 11 to 12 really, and then like we have another period from like 2 to 3 that's really good. But most of my money is made in that block. So it's just like, why trade anything else if I have a understanding of where I'm successful?
Francis Macron tells Ost France and other papers that he expects this year's Choose France summit to bring in more than 20 billion euros of investments. According to state regulator, oil and gas operators in North Dakota have indicated they plan to drop rigs due to weaker oil prices.
Just died. Unlucky. Be right back. So like one of our flagship indicators is called PVZ, and it doesn't start creating zones until the first 30 minutes of the day. So like I think that's a good rule of thumb, is that if you wanted to, like put this on. So like this is what our what PVZ told us after the open, is that we had a value. This was going to be our value based off of what happened in the first 30 minutes of the day. And this is going to be these were our extremes, right? So it gives us a bit more clarity on what to be looking for as we rotate.
China embassy rejects U.S. remarks on Argentina currency swap.
What's going on? What's going on?
So according to Chinese embassy in Argentina, the Chinese embassy rejects U.S. interference in the currency swap with Argentina.
Right, so like there's nothing here for the first 30 minutes from open. And then we developed out a value zone of like where our extremes are. And to me, like there's just a bit more edge once we have that first 30 developed, and we kind of see how price is rotating. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, we know that we're in a balanced market and we're looking for excess or extremes into our edges, into our highs. And then we're looking for, once we reclaim our value edge, rotations back through, right? Like we went through on Wednesday, screw. Where it's like, oh, okay, well, now we know what to be looking for. We're looking for people to be trapped into these highs, and then we're looking for a reclaim of our value and then a rotation through our value. And that's like all just built off of our first 30 minutes of the day. And then all we do is watch what what price does as we get into our reversion zones, look for someone to be trapped, look for the reclaim, and then play through. And then all of a sudden you have a full trade plan built out for you of like, oh, I know how to trade a D profile. I know how to trade this balance. I know what to be looking for. I'm looking at these edges particularly to see if those reversals will recur and if we can recover our balance. If so, then I know how to play. Right.
So basically, with the translated version of the document, it's just saying that the US has no right to say anything about the currency swap between Argentina and China.
Yeah, PVZ's in the indicator pack. But like it also is going to today's it tells you when we should be expecting our like first liquidity, right? So you get your first reversal here at 10, and we can see an immediate rotation through at 10. We can see our second reversal usually comes in around 11. We're looking for just a rotation up through that, and then we get another reversal here where we usually see liquidity step back into the market. This is usually like the end of whatever move was happening beforehand, and then we usually see a reversal for our first afternoon reversal start around this 2 o'clock, and that usually leads to another rotation up. So we have like areas to start to pay attention to. And again, like you'll get signals like this where we'll come up into our reversion zone, and then you'll get a potential reversal signal, and then it gives you an invalidation level, and then all you're looking for are rotations back to our value edge from that. Right, so it's letting you know that there's a potential reversal and a reversion back down to value from a failure into our area, right? But like in trend, like these can fail, right? We can see steps over. Like this resulted in a reversion, but it just went to our reversion edge. You see what I mean? So like, is this profitable? Yeah, but did it go back all the way to value? Hell no. But did it call that short-term top, and was that chop invalidated? Only after this, after a move, right? So we're just watching for weakness in this area, but this is pretty decent trend right now. I wouldn't be looking for any crazy reversion trades until you can break below this 76 at our reversion zone low. Just doesn't make sense. It's very clearly a bid here. If this ever pushes back below, then we can rotate back down into like this 450. But we've got a very clear buying VWAP that is holding as supportive. We are getting a bit further away from value, but that's okay if we start to trend up, right? Because again, we know what this is, which is us building now and trying to find acceptance over our 80, right? And what does that 80 have to do with what we just talked about? It's based off of our indicators. Right? We shouldn't be looking for shorts if we're holding above our balance high, right? And this was considered our balance high into our 80. So as long as this is developing above, we know that we're looking up. But if we start to show weakness below our reversion zone and get back in, then we can look for shifts back down to go through our larger balance that we're trading in, you know? And the reversion line acts as support resistance. Not inherently in the sense like where I'm expecting it to be like a visual pivot, but there's no reason for us to believe that buyers and sellers are located there. Just like this isn't a religion, right? We're not just accepting that there are buyer and sellers at this random line that's based off of math. We have to visually see it. So you should use it as a gauge. Right? Like, so, like, yes, a lot of the times there are, but it's not indicative that there will be. Like, that's not showing you real order flow, right? It's a mathematically generated line based off of a deviation of our value area. So, like, it has nothing to do with buyers and sellers. It's a deviation from our value. So it's, again, it's not indicative of new order flow that's going to be generated. Yes, does it have a lot of potential for it to be a bounce point? Yeah, but again, it's not like a trading signal. It's more of like, again, a visual indicator of weakness or strength if we're holding it or not. Like if we continue to hold our reversion zone as supportive, it's usually a good sign that we want to expand. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
Really keep an eye on ES as it approaches ADR here. Sorry, 75, or excuse me, yes, 75 to 80. Reminder, this is our big January POC node.
Surf, you left yesterday. Our Wednesday when we were talking about this. But do you play all of the New York Times games or just like a few of them? I've been low key obsessed with connections lately. Yeah, I like strands. I feel like the mini, I don't know enough uh, words, niche words for the mini. Yeah, my dad's very good at the mini. Like he can beat that thing in like 50 seconds on average. I feel like that's his average time when I look at his scores. New 15s opening your 5 seconds. Testing our halfway backs across the board. Watch to see our reactions into these. We should be looking for a potential reoffer into our POC above at 80-85 area. If just into our halfway back on NQ. If we see a slight bid here for a potential shift. Just watching this node and this offer, see if it can lower, and then we can rotate back down to our like 60. If we can bid back above that 80-85, I think we're okay. But if we start to show this as an offer, we should be looking for a reversion down to about 460. So just keep an eye on this. On footprint itself, we can see like there was a decent amount of absorption here, and our offer is now attempting to lower. But if again, if bid can show interest above, we should see a sweeper kind of start to step in above 85.90 for just a new highs, very clear. So here's our offer. Let's see what happens as we push back into this little absorption. So like what I'm watching for on footprint here is I'm just seeing this on our last 15-minute candle, right? As we push in. So it's like either we step above that and then see like a very strong bid, or like I'm expecting the offer to now be sitting there. I'll put this on screen for those on. And we can see this POC to value high is what we're watching to see if they're going to absorb here, and then if we can stack below these sellers, below 75, or that next leg down, or if this is going to go supportive again, and then we bid off of it and then sweep through. That's usually how I watch these areas. So into our value high of this candle at 90. This look over 85 is good to me. I just need to now see this hold if we're going to continue. We can do a little bid here and then go for a look to take out these highs. We should be able to then continue on our way pretty fast. If this guy fails here and then we step back down, that should be a good sign that they're trapped again, and then we look for that offer below that 75 for the continuation. This might be a better visual. this not synced? What's going on? There we go. When did that change? I'm watching this.
Can't believe there's still an hour left. Today seems to just be dragging.
Yeah, man. So again, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, is this reversion zone low a level that you should be like expecting buyers or sellers at? Like I can't give you that as an like a factual answer, but is it usually correlated? Yeah. Like if we're going to trend up, I'm usually looking at this low as where we would expect buying to happen if we were going to continue higher and not revert back to value. That's usually how I look at it. So it's like it's not like a flat answer that you want to trade off of specifically, but when it lines up with order flow, it's usually when I'm paying attention to it. Just to kind of like backtrack back into that point now that we've seen it play out in real time. And you should be expecting an offer into 500. This is this 500 to like 505 is where you should be looking to take some profit off of this. I just exited one. And now leave a runner. We're just trying to sweep through this. We get over 510, we have the ability to continue. I'd love to see us start to build above our ETHI here at 505. So do we see...
According to White House's Levitt posting on X about Trump tax bill negotiations, says the White House will have discussions this weekend on tax bill.
So like this is now what this looks like as a secondary here.
Remember, the U.S. House Budget
What did our
Committee is
bid
to convene
do?
on Sunday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for a vote on the reconciliation bill.
What happened into that, what we were considering absorption into that 85, 90? What happened with the bid? Did it sweep through and then did we step up? Did we see buyers attempt again at that edge and then rotate? Yeah, right. So it's like, as soon as we start to see that ability to hold above, that's where I'm looking now to play that acceleration for the push through. Because we're seeing exactly what we need to, which is this guy is now potentially offsides, and now we're bidding and sweeping through. Oh, I should put this on screen for my YouTube enjoyers. Right, like we know that there was a bit here. We know that this is where we were attempting to see if there was going to be a short. but if we flipped over it and this continued to hold as our bid here at our 75s, that we had potential to rotate up. So this needed to offer and then step below pretty clearly here for us to shift with selling deltas, then stepping in here for me to really care about this downside move. Or this is just going to bid, and then I'm looking for them to then sweep and then rotate us up into this 500, which is what we have pathed on screen as well. Yeah, it just sucks when like the lull, man, from like 12 to 2 is just, it feels bad being streaming because that's like, I've got nothing to really say here, you know? Well, once we actually start to show interest outside of balance, it's a bit better. So we have two scenarios now that I watch for. We've got this guy into our ETH high at 505. That is a lot of selling happened, right? It is what it is. We are now retesting our break of this little balance. So we have two options, right? We're going to be watching to see if these guys are going to get cocked, screwed, right? And we enter back in and then rotate through. And then we can look to play the secondary leg, whatever that is. If we push back into this range, we'll be looking for like a lower high in that offer to then stick down with these guys being off sides for the downside leg. But if this continues to remain supportive here and we're able to hold this node, we'll look for a breach of these highs and then acceptance into this 505, 510 for a continuation higher, right? This is just a hold of this high and a showing from our buyers here. So just really paying attention now to see how we interact at our edge. Right, this is where we expected these bids to now be present, which is what we have pathed. But now it's just a matter of, can we maintain, or is the offer now going to stick here, right, for a lower high, our first lower high into this 500, 505. I want to see like a pretty clear bid over this for more, or you expect your just seller to be sitting here, right? We know this is our value edge here at 490, but we also know that our seller is going to be looking to hold this as our high. So it's a very tight range. We want to see acceptance back through.
Because ES into the ADR or 80 to 88 above is like big weekly extension target, January POC, but this is where you would expect some selling to occur.
Yeah, I really need to just like start playing like an audiobook or something for everyone. They're the slow parts. 15 seconds till new 15-minute candles. My stop is sitting at 84 here. There's potential for this to continue to fail at 500s. If that happens, I most likely get stopped out. If we can continue to bid this like 85.90, then we should be fine for new highs, I think. But if again, like if we could just continue to reject here, like I most definitely get stopped, and then this 90 will offer, and then we'll look for that rotation through. But just continuing to see if we can push through this 500, 505 on my runner. I should also just say this, like, I don't want to short the retest into here. I'd rather just get stopped out on my long and then wait for the bid back into this like 70, 75, and then we'll play the secondary move here once we've shown interest below. It's either you're like willing to short 500, 505 with 5 points of risk, which is a fine trade, and then like this is your first risk off here. Secondary risk off is into this low, right? Like that's the only short that I see. But because I'm already positioned long, it's like it's kind of whatever. So like this is an opportunity for me, I see, for shorts, right? This is first target. We know that the bid is here, right? So like there's not that has to be your first target. And then like your secondary would be the same thing, but looking for the full rotation of our range down into here. But like there's going to be another opportunity for a short if we get this reaction, which is playing off of this edge where we were looking for buyers on this attempt out, right? This is then shifting. I'm more than happy to play this as well, right? This is that secondary move I was talking about. Because no matter what, like in balance, we should be expecting a bid here. But we should then be expecting off of this failure to hold above our range, right? This auction that's taking place right now, chopping between here, is that if we push back through, I'd then be expecting this to now be our seller, right? So I can then look for that lower high here with about 5 points of risk again, 6 points really. And then we'd be looking for that rotation for down below this for this move. So I'm more comfortable playing this secondary after we get a little bid here, look for the lower high and then the offer, because that'll be very clear to see on the DOM. Because like right now, I know that we're just balanced between this 505, 500, and then this like 85.90. So I don't feel comfortable trying to short this first reoffer because it could be too flip-floppy for me here. So I'd rather just stay in my long with the understanding that if we get below 84s, we're most likely going to go down. There's a chance I just get tagged out and then we pop, but the probabilities are better in my favor just staying in my long here looking for the push higher than trying to enter a short at this low on our edge. Right, like it goes this concept that I'm talking about and in using it like probability is, I'm kind of throwing that word around, but like think about it like this. If you have a a volume profile and you're looking at it as this is your value high and this is your value low, and we show interest at our mid and then we show our look above and then we were retesting this value edge, I'm looking at this form almost always as supportive because we've looked over and now I want to see if this shift of value can occur. If we shift back below, like, yeah, you can attempt to play this, right? And that's fine. It's a good trade if you are willing to take a couple break evens for this rotation back through. But I now want to see this retest into our value edge as
According to
resistance.
CNBC,
And I'll play
Nvidia,
this
Cisco, and
with this
OpenAI
shift.
backing UAE Stargate data center.
Right, on just a return and then failure to get back above value after looking back through. Like to me, this feels like a much better trade. I'm much more confident in this reoffer. I don't know.
We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through from CNBC. So it just says US tech giants Nvidia and Cisco and OpenAI are supporting the UAE Stargate AI data center announced this week, source familiar with the deal confirmed Friday. Nvidia will supply hardware with the latest Blackwell GB300 system. Or Blackwell GB300 systems.
Why can't I select this line? Please. Feels so good when you get the purple one first, Surf. And connections. Easy. I'm doing today's right now. This one was easy though for the purple. So again, this is of course first risk off if you're playing off of 84 to 90 as your bid into our 500, 505, right? It's just a balance. We're just chopping. We need to see the look over and hold if we're going to go higher. We want to see ETH high become supportive above 505. This continues to fail. We should expect a full rotation down into our lower balance, down into that 70, 75. Dude, whenever they're like, there was one that I did the other day where it was like the last word in famous operas, and it's like, how am I supposed to know that? What? Like, what? I don't know. Yeah, it's like I hate when I don't know the category, and I just have to be like, okay, sure. The process of elimination. I don't know what this last category is. What's Michael Jordan Wall Street Rodeo Taurus? What is that? Bowls? Oh, see, dude, I don't know sports. Michael Jordan bowls. Okay. Sports. All right. Well, I did it perfectly, but I didn't know what the last one was, so I lose regardless.
GG. Go again.
Ah, unlucky. So again, we are now here, right? We're doing the full rotation into our lows into the 70-75. Expect a bid here. So this should be your second risk off for shorts. We held our 500, 505 offer. Now watch for a bid here, and then we look to see if we can create a lower high into this 85.90 on retest for a potential push down. We shall see. If the bid is very present here and we step back over, expect highs to be taken. Because all we did was come down for liquidity. Yeah, it feels really good. So this should be your first target if you're playing off of 85.90 into 70. If we can step below this, should be able to get the rotation into like 56.60. Unsure. Just our value low edge off our balance. But doesn't this feel much better playing off of this edge than trying to either like short just these attempts? I don't know. It's just like that feels bad to me, man. Like you can either short this high and or high edge into 500, 505 where we have a known seller and play the range down with this being your first target, or you can just wait for the failure with the and then the look below and then the retest in once we've come back down to our value and then play this as your offer. Like that to me just feels like such a better trade that I'm way less emotionally involved in. Yes, that's what I mean by the second leg. Yep. Because we have the catalyst, right? We know that these guys are offsides in the highs, and we know that our offer is stepping down now, right? Like we have way more information to work off of for this to make sense for the move down. I'm flat here, but there's potentially another 10 more points, 10, 20 points. I only had one contract, so I got to be a bit careful. I think it's fine moving your stop to like a little bit above 80s if you wanted to hold. I think 56.65 is a pretty good target on retest of this and failure. See if we get the failure here to get back into value. But again, like if we don't see this strong seller here and we see this bid step in, like we need to expect the rotation through, right? So we need to see a strong offer here for this to be real for another leg down, or this is just going to be excess on our edge on the outside, and then we bid back through, right? Off of a failure to shift value at our lows. You see what I mean? Do you see how you get that abrupt and that very real reaction at our edge? That's what you want to see for the next leg. This is our push into our targets. Again, 65 to like 56 is kind of what I'm watching. Just a retest into this previous day value here. 56. It's like just these wick lows here. Unsure how we interact into this area. I think it's just a really good risk off. If we push below that, then we've got more problems on our hand. Like I only played this with single contracts here, so it's not, or I had 2 off of right, just on the bid and hold of our 84 to 90, and played that up into our 505, and then just chopped. And then I stop out below 84, I follow my plan, I wait for the retest in here, then we short the offer, and then we play it down. Right? Just be patient. We know what this looks like. We see where they are. Am I mad by losing 5 points here? No, because then I just play the next leg down and play the opposite reaction. We already have a game plan. All right, just deleting all of our friends. All right. And like, why is 65 my target? Well, it's POC from this push up, right? So when we curl over like this and we find a local high, I'm just going to be looking for where did we find our bid last, right? And we know we have like these 2 POCs here where we kind of trap sellers into these lows. So to me, coming back down into this and retesting to see if this liquidity is still relevant, to me, it makes the most sense. And if this liquidity here isn't present, right, isn't, what's the word? Responsive, that's when we run into issues. Because like this is our 50-minute VWAP into 56. This is our little absorption we saw into these lows and the pop up where the bid started to get excited. So like this area to me makes a lot of sense for profit taking, for shorts for a reversion. Now after the reversion, if this flips to resistance, then we can run, you know, our lower range. But Like, sorry, this isn't the 15-minute VWAP. This is a deviation. VWAP's down here at 430. Apologies. But like this area makes a lot of sense to me to risk off and then watch to see if buyers step back in. Right? Because like if we find bids here and we find that new liquidity and we're holding our previous day value high and then we recover this, like all we've done is done the exact same thing that we did at these highs, which is trap and then give us the ability to rotate. So now we can look for the opposite side of the trade, which is the recovery, finding liquidity, new fresh liquidity here, or the rotation through. And that would look probably something like this. Oops. So I'll just chill here and see if we can find it. New 15's opening in nowish. And again, like if this pivot fails, I'm expecting reversion to our 430 into day open and VWAP. As we push into 90, I think it's a great risk off. You're playing the recovery. And then we'll watch to see if we get a secondary test or if this just goes. Unsure. Again, we just have trapped liquidity on the return back into balance. I'd love to see a retest of this. But this can just head up to our 500 first, and then we can try the 84.90 for a bid if we're not going to do this down leg. Unsure. MOC in 1 minute.
1 minute to the market and close imbalance data.
I close into MOC, so I'm flat now on my long, and then we watch to see where this ends. I'd like to see this liquidity here at a 70, 75, hold, flash into it, bid, and then we go for a continuation higher. That's currently the idea that I'm looking for. But if this 84.90 holds instead of that 70.75, it's just as bullish. I mean, look at the pop over 505, 510 for expansion. Last 10 minutes.
Ten seconds.
So we tested our value
Market
high
and close
liquidity,
imbalance.
and we're
S&P
holding
500
here
sell
into our
side
liquidity. You
120
see how
million.
we just flashed
Nasdaq
into both?
100 buy side 544 million. Dow 30 buy side 25 million, and Mag 7 buy side 342 million.
So the spread got super thin into that, and then we wicked into both edges of our value, right? Very clearly defined. Our values are true. Now let's see which way we can hold. If we can hold this 84.90, we should be able to look for that pop above 505, 510 into close. If this fails, we expect this to have to rotate back down into our 70.75 before, and then we figure out direction. So really important that we see a bid here maintain if we're going to hold this upper edge. Because we didn't need to test into these lows, this is just our offer and then retest, and now we're just testing to see if we can go higher like that. We didn't have to do the full reaction because we stepped over it on the first leg. Actually, I'm going to keep this as is because I want to highlight this when we come back in and talk about it after this move's completed. So first risk off here into 500, 505 if you're playing off of 84.90 on the bid holding. If we step over, we should be able to just move. Just playing our upper rotation right now, right? MLC holding our value levels. again, because we have a catalyst below, the opportunity for more upside is pretty high, but we have to show interest first. So if you have the ability to hold the runner, I don't think that there's a problem with it. If you only had one contract, 505, 500 is still a great stop and a risk off. Like we know that there's a seller at 505, right? So until we pop above, it has to be where your sell stop is. But because we have excess below, the potential for more upside is very high compared to the last attempt that we did when we were balanced here.
5 minutes away until we get the overall net capital flows from the US, prior 284.7 billion, and US tick long-term transactions prior 112 billion.
Three minutes.
Yeah, right? Because I told you, like, my stop when my short, if I was in that position, would be 80, right? So, like, I'm initiating when we break 80. You know what I mean? Because we're back into value. Like, if offer was going to hold, it would have held there. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So, like, I'm buying there because we expected the bid to be into these lows. So, like, my options now are to close my short into 65, 55, or 56, right? Because I know that there's potential liquidity here. And now if we breach back in, I have to expect the rotation of the range, right? That's my whole logic, is because I've already done the short. Bids held where they needed to. We're back to this liquidity from before. And now I'm initiating on acceleration through with these guys getting having to close their shorts, trying to short the low into previous day value high, right? So I don't need to initiate here, but as soon as we start to show through, I expect stops to get stopped out over 80, which is why I said that. And then it's like, okay, is our value still intact that we already identified? And it's like, yeah, wait, right? Like our MOC wicked into our value high and our value low of our upper distribution here. So we know our levels are solid. So I can now play off of this attempt because we understand that if value's found here, we're going to come back down, seek to see if this guy's still relevant, right? It's a balance play. And then we'll look for continuation higher. So like you're perfectly fine to play off of this 84.90 again after we reject this high. And then we look for that bid again, and then we just play up. And then like we should expect continuation higher. Right? Like as soon as I see that we're holding this low, I can't expect the rotation back down into this this 70, 75 area. Like I just can't. Like we have to then accept that we've recovered this buyer that we were playing off of earlier. And then I'm just looking for that rotation up into 505 again. So like I'm more than happy now that this candle has shown the high and low, and then we're seeing a bid continuing to step in to try this long again with upside. Because we've recovered the area that we care about.
1 minute to go now. I'll lead with the US overall net capital flows.
Where did it come from? Just where we saw the bid last on this flip of our reversion here. It's just like this area was what we cared about because we saw this was our highs from earlier, right? So if we're now defending our highs, it's I care about that a lot because this is our flip, right? So this area made a lot of sense to me. If we were taking out previous highs and now making them supportive, we should then be able to look up into the offer that's sitting up here. And then this 500, 510 was a play from
10 seconds.
Tuesday or yesterday, right? We were looking for this same resistance as before, just at levels that I remembered from the other day. Like we know that if we can get over this 505, 510,
254 spot 3 billion, 254 spot 3 billion, and US take long-term transactions 161.8 billion, 161.8 billion.
Like there was a very clear seller at this 510, 505.
So China's US Treasury security holdings at $765 billion in March versus $784.4 versus $784 billion in February. Also, Japan's US Treasury holdings at $1.131 trillion in March versus $1.126 trillion in February.
Well, friends, what a week. It's back to January.
Like here's the idea of why I was expecting, like if we couldn't hold. I think that this is probably good as well. I'm going to talk about this really quick. We've got this 65 to 56, right? Like, why do I care about this? Well, this is where we saw this liquidity present that I cared about. It's like, if we show interest below this guy here, then like that makes sense to me that we then revert back down to our 430, right? Like we will most likely reoffer this and then rotate down into our reversion into our 30s here, right? That would be your secondary leg. But if this bids, then there's been no change in our auction from the last attempt here where we were able to trap and then pop off of, right? So like without that shift, this has to be target and we should expect just a pop up. You get what I mean? Because we need to see that seller aggressively step below again. And if we do that, then we can rotate back into this buying tail here. And into our POC and VWAP on the 15. That was the whole idea. But like, do I want to buy longs here?
We have posted out the US Treasury International Capital Data of March 2025 report on the feed for you to read through.
But like, I'd rather just close shorts into this, looking for a potential continuation, and then if like we can recover our edge and pop back over, then I should expect this rotation back up, right off of our 80. So as soon as we start to show interest above POC from that sell side candle, and we start to see that bid excite, like I'm just gonna play that rotation back through off of this failure. So like that's the whole idea in balance. It's like either we break and show interest below and a shift of value, or I expect more of the same and then a rotation back. Any questions about that, or are we kind of on the same page?
Alright, guys. I'm gonna boogie out of here. Good week.
So just to give a bit more context then in regards
Mhm.
to Treasury
Classic.
holdings. So China shrank to its holdings of US Treasuries in March, with the UK replacing it as number 2 overseas owner.
Later, brother.
Bye.
Sure, we'll
Hopefully
talk.
next week is exciting too.
Yeah.
So China was the top holder of treasuries
sir.
as recently as 2019 when Japan overtook it. The latest data show the UK surpassed China for the first time in more than 2 decades.
I don't know. I feel like we discussed like the reasons why in these areas pretty well. Maybe
According
we'll
to
go back
NBC
and
News, US is working on a plan to move 1
re-listen.
million Palestinians to Libya.
I think I did a pretty good job on like going over the balance ideas and like where you should be looking for shorts and why you should be looking to risk off and in certain areas. I think that this was a pretty good breakdown that we
The
did
details are
live.
murky and no final agreement has been reached, but the plan is under serious enough consideration that the administration has discussed it with the Libyan leadership.
But if you have any questions about it, let me know because like this is something that I
It's
trade
NBC
quite a
News
bit.
report on Trump's admin's plan, citing 5 people.
All right. Everyone have a great weekend. I will see you all Monday. If there are no more questions, I'm out.